G'day! Hello, hello. Good morning, afternoon, or evening. Hi. It's Friday. Hey, Defman. Hey, San. Hello, Loppy. Let me take that hydration to heart with a freshly made coffee. Ooh, she a little hot. Unlike today. Well, granted, it is 8:30 p.m. nearly. So it has cooled down much. But today was 30 top of 34 today. But right now it's a very good 18 degrees. So we're feeling a lot better compared to yesterday when it was 42, and then like it was still like 30 degrees at this time of night, and I'm like, man, that is I don't want to go into my office, which, mind you, the way my home is like orientated or whatever, my office with my computer where I stream is located towards the evening sun. Like it gets all of the afternoon and evening sun, so it's like the room that kind of becomes the hottest. Plus, you know, you've obviously got the PC in there and everything, so it gets a little toasty. And I was like, nah, not having it. Sorry, lads. So that's why I did not stream yesterday. Anyway. But we are here today, and we're going to be playing with Oxygen Not Included again. I was thinking of continuing Flotsam, but I'm like, nah, I did say that I was going to play Oxygen Not Included the next time I streamed, so here we are. The main goal will be to actually get the volcanoes over here that we have on this other planetoid tamed, hence the title. Christmas week is all the rain? Really? What do I have? Wait, maybe I can check. What is it? It's a Wednesday, right? Christmas is a Wednesday. Huh. Like 23 degrees. It's like mid-20s all next week. Saturday/Sunday will be the only days that I get rain, perhaps, but you never know, that could change. Where 42? Huh? Yeah, 42 degrees Celsius. Dude, you hate those nights. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Can't sleep, can't go down. It's like sleeping in a plastic bag. Yeah, it was. I mean, I had the fan just cranked up, you know, just blowing. It wasn't humid or anything though. It was okay. It was dry, hot. Anyway, we've played the game a little bit, so everything loads. What did I do last time? I think I did a bit more exploring, and we've uncovered all of the oil reservoirs. I believe this planetoid has 3. We have one located here, we have another one located here, and then we got one located here. So we have 3 oil reservoirs. So at some point we can do a crude oil into petroleum loop generator, Bobby, can't remember what we call it, but we can essentially use the magma in a way that we have this here. We can use a similar method to turn 100% of the crude oil into 100% petroleum via a temperature exchange. So we'll probably maybe work on that, perhaps, because all of the other methods that you can use to take crude oil into petroleum, it halves the output. So the basic game vanilla oil refinery takes 6 tons of crude, which is 6,000 kilograms, and it only outputs half of that for petroleum. So, like, there's these other machines that are added from the mod, and they seem like very similar outputs as well. This crude is, it's a bit less than halved, but it's still significantly less. So in terms of how much petroleum we want to get out, the best way will be to do a heat exchange with the magma down here. Hello, Tepbox. Welcome in. Hi. And in terms of what we can do with petroleum, well, it'll be good to make supercoolant at some point. Also visco gel and all that sort of cool things. And what else can we do with it? Any cool modded things? There's those drill bits, that's like whatever. Those are for like asteroid mining or something, I think it is. Propane, petroleum, and fullerene. That's space stuff. Don't need to make plastic with it because we've got those Dracos going. It might just be for power, I reckon. Just power we'll use it for. Yeah. Which is perfectly fine because it can be also like substituted, you know, for all of this and stuff. Having multiple forms of power is always very good. If we go to the petroleum generator, it takes 2,000 kilograms, oh sorry, 2 kilograms or 2,000 grams of petroleum, and it'll output 2 kilowatts, and then also some carbon dioxide that is easy to deal with, and the polluted water as well. Now, ideally, you throw all these machines into a big heat sauna type block, because these machines also output obviously the polluted water, and the carbon dioxide as well is at least 110 C or hotter if the building is hotter. Now, polluted water will flash into steam at 119.4, but essentially you kind of get everything to run within the entire building at 125 degrees or hotter. Everything has to be made out of steel within it, so nothing will overheat and damage. But essentially it's a way to get water and a lot of power. Hello, welcome in, Sneaky. Joining the ranks. What does this guy do? He is a bit of a builder, I believe. Let's see. I think, yeah, we're getting this guy to be our builder. So you can be our builder. Sneaky the builder. Certainly not Bob the builder, but Sneaky. Okay, so I kind of outlined what I want to do. I want to get these two under control. This gold volcano, and we have a copper volcano over here. So getting those two tamed would be ideal. And then I guess maybe want to have a look at doing rocketry shenanigans, but I don't know. I think we have, so we've got obviously telescopes to produce some data banks and things. You've got the enclosed telescope, which is just in comfort and it protects from the radiation. A rocket platform automatically links up to rocket ports built to either side of the balloon. So I believe if we slap one of these on this planetoid and we put one on the other planetoid, we can then build a rocket, so a rocket will be able to come from this planetoid over to this one, which would help, I guess, navigate the cooldown for this. Also, mind you, we should probably send someone over here to start digging and building more of this. We have been sending some aluminum and some steel over here, and I think we've also got it set to also send some other materials as well. If we have a look here, so we got steel, aluminum, granite and igneous rock as well to send over, because those are the building materials that we're going to be using. Oh, and also speaking of steel, we ended up making this as well. This, I guess, was the major part that we made. We made a selective arc furnace, which essentially is an alloying machine, so it only produces alloys. We made it so we can do steel, and we actually get a bonus amount of steel. We get 100 kilograms of steel out from 70 kilograms of iron that we use. Now, the cool thing about this machine is essentially you pump coolant into the machine and it comes out, and the coolant that comes out, it gets heated just before its boiling point of whatever coolant you're putting in. So we're putting in petroleum, and the petroleum's boiling point is like 600 degrees or something like that, or a little bit less than that. What is it? It's like, yeah, 540. So it gets to like 530 degrees or something like that. It comes out, and we've got it going into a sauna room to cool down, to loop, and then we also attached it to a metal refinery because we do need, obviously, we need iron ores. Now, we only get 80 kilograms of iron out of 100 ore. I think there's a machine, the advanced, where are we? It's an advanced metal refinery, which uses a lot more power and 1,000 units of steel. So it's pretty expensive, but we can't use this because it uses supercoolant exclusively piped through it. So we can't actually make that yet because we don't have supercoolant. But I believe that this probably has recipes that are better than the advanced thing. There is a plasma furnace. It is an advanced method for the refinement of metal ores and other raw minerals. Produces significant amounts of heat and consumes carrier gases during manufacturing. Main products are dispensed in molten state directly in the floor below the building, while the liquid waste is released in a separated port. Right. This requires ceramic and tungsten. Tungsten, hey. Thermium. Molecular forge shenanigans. Tungsten and steel. No. Ah, wolframite. Okay. So if we make some wolframite into tungsten, we can have a look at what this is. Do we have any? So fermium to niobium. That would require thermium. Do we have any wolframite? Not on this planet, I don't think. Crude tungsten requiring the wolframite. Right. We do have some wolframite. Okay. Maybe if we dig out some of this, we can figure out what this machine is all about. Hey, Reborn. You can pump some oxygen too if needed. Everyone that we're teleporting over is wearing a suit, so it's not 100% needed. Because they're going to be within an atmo suit. Because as a reminder that we only have bionic duplicates, and the good thing about a bionic duplicate being in a atmo suit is that they're not going to complain about touching water, which I guess is like the big significant issue with bionic duplicates. Usually they get very stressed out if they touch water, so we're keeping them kind of permanently in atmo suits. Ian Fen, welcome in. Boiling oil implies a gaseous oil. Well, you boil oil and it turns into petroleum. But yeah. So we'll get some more from that. We'll turn that into the tungsten. And then see what that machine does. Oh, here we go. They're making this, so it builds up an internal buffer, a thermal capacitor internal buffer. Essentially, is what this does. And we've got it set up in a way that if this section here is over 130, it'll keep rotating around, and only when the temperature within here drops below 130, then it'll come up.
26 years of Iron Crikey.
Thank you, Lukey, for 26 years, if you will. Oh. Okay. I need to have this so that they will not use the machine if it is too hot. If this sends a green signal when the thermal capacitor is above the threshold. Otherwise sends a red. Enables, disables the building outputs. Okay, I think if we go like this with a NOT gate. This will interpret that if the threshold is above whatever we set, then the machine will turn off and they won't use it. That way we won't get over 100% of the thermal capacitor level, because now it is damaged due to technically overheating, because its internal capacitor is full, which is not ideal, of course. Try to get that capacitor level down. Okay, cool. We'll let that do its thing over time. So it's at 33%. However, because it reached 100%, it needs to be completely emptied to 0% before we can initiate more production on it. Also, I should get some slight benefit with some of this going as well. These guys are going to get a bit of a production boost if they are working within a lit environment. I can't remember where they work when they're working on this. Do they work on this tile or that tile? I think they work on that tile, which does mean that that will work. Yeah, here you go. So green signal when a thermal capacitor is above the threshold. Otherwise, it'll send a red. And then we're flipping it essentially. So it is currently 33%. So it is below the threshold. So as we can see here, the automation is enabled by the automation grid. So that's working fine there. Cool. They also do work here kind of heavily, so I don't know if I should adjust it so we just have conductive wiring coming through, because what, 800 plus 1200 would be one conductive wire to be completely maxed, because of the decor here is significant decor loss. So we should probably fix that too before they complain any more about bad decor and we start losing morale and then cause undue excess stress. So I will also do that. We'll throw in... We could just throw them on top here. That would actually work. And then have it come down. So this heavy wire will actually just have come through down here, connect it up there, get rid of it all along here. This one as well we will change so it comes under. So it's not going to be over this way. So when they complete this circuit over here, I will then get rid of this top circuit. Gives it a moment for everything to cool down though. 0% capacity, there we go. Cool. Oh my god, a natural forming liquid lock. Using brine and gunk. I just noticed like there's a fair chunk of polluted oxygen kind of all throughout the bottom part of the base. That's okay. Right, this thing we actually wanted to have create some tungsten. So I might just go forever, make that forever. Using our coal, 444 tons of coal. That is a lot. Cool. Get them continuing that. Let's see. Usually I'm sending Deafman over onto the other planetoid. Let's have a look at your skills and things. We've given you some research things. Well, there's a lot of digging and building still to do, so I don't think you really need that. You do need extreme digging, because there's abyssalite and stuff like that over there that you need to mine. Plenty of construction. Okay, I think that should be fine. We have you pick up that booster, and then we'll get you to go and teleport once you've picked up the booster. You're having a little nap though right now. Actually, that's perfect. Once you've slept, then we can actually have him go and get assigned through the teleporter. There we go. Cool. Teleport. And then we're gonna have him start building everything. Now, this here. It's wrong one. This one. Do. Let's set this to be everything, so then we can start moving some granite over whatever they deposit over here. What I might do is, we've got 20 tons of granite. We're gonna get rid of that so the granite will stop here, and then it'll pick it up off the floor, but they will still go ahead and deposit the other materials in over there, so we can get some things across. I do need to have a look at these bins. We have granite in this one. I'll just set that 5. Actually, you should not be storing any clothing, I feel like. You are igneous because we're feeding these guys igneous rock. Also, we're feeding them some granite as well. So that's why we have granite and igneous. So the duplicants will actually bring those over to fill them up. So we've always got the automation filling the critter feeders. We adjusted this a while ago. So we're only running the top stable, and the second stable is just going to starve all of them. The reason we're doing that is, like, we've got 445 tons of coal, so we don't really need any more coal. But now we've got granite coming through, because there's a lot of stuff that needs to be made out of igneous rock, and also some granite as well. Now, in terms of batteries and stuff, you're good. You are fully charged, essentially. Yuki oil was a little low. Remember the poor lad taking care of 100 critters? I think that's still the case because they have not they haven't died off yet. There's still 52 critters in here and we haven't relocated them. We haven't been bothered to do that. We should probably maybe do that if we were to go ahead and go max 40 and we go, hey, go just wrangle all of those guys. They'll drop more off over there. We've disabled the grooming station in here so they don't actually get groomed, basically. So we should probably do that. They're probably gonna spend like the entire couple cycles just ranching all of those guys. Yeah, the guy was in an infinite loop. He just never stopped. It wasn't good. Now, actually, on this planet as well, we have cool slush geyser and cool salt geyser, as well as a polluted water vent as well. So there's plenty of water on this planetoid if we ever needed it. And then, yeah, the copper and the gold volcano as well. Carbon dioxide geyser, don't know if we could use that at all. A carbon dioxide geyser does produce carbon in a liquid form, which if we go carbon dioxide as a liquid is at least -48 to -56, somewhere within that range. So could use that as some form of like cooling. You could pump it into like into a room that stores liquid and also gas. I wonder if you can do that. Surely there's some way you can have an infinite gas storage and an infinite liquid storage all in one. By the by, 3 chlorine vents next to your base multiple times in the last few attempts, and it's always just chlorine or carbon. Don't know what to do with it. Absolutely nothing, I feel like. I feel like chlorine is one of those things that there's very little to actually utilize it properly, essentially, you know. But I gotta spawn open that second one. Oh, yeah, that's even worse. I feel like that just sounds like a hey, let's go again. I'm just gonna make sure that that is not going to be built. Yes. Oh, and particularly over here, like we don't want to. We can dig that one, but we don't want to dig that one. So yeah, don't dig that. Otherwise, the volcano, which is actually active right now, will start spewing molten gold everywhere, and we don't want that. Carbon geyser just decided to bust his walls and suddenly he had a small oxygen bubble and a whole lot of carbon. It's a carbon geyser though, right? So it's relatively cold, so you could maybe utilize that as a pseudo form of cooling if needed. You could also perhaps actually, like if it's very cold carbon, like I was gonna mention that you could maybe oh, is it? Ah. Oh, right. The carbon geyser is very hot. I thought you meant a carbon carbon geyser. No. Vent or geyser? Is it a geyser or is it a vent? A carbon geyser or is it a carbon vent? Vents are normally hot, no? Geysers are cold, generally. It's a vent. Ah, yeah. So if it's a vent, then it's very hot. Yeah. Maybe you could get down to the oil biome and get some slicksters, and then use those guys to suck up all of the carbon and give you a bit of like meat production. If you can get some atmo suits and stuff. You guys love cool steam. We're like 50 Celsius. Yeah, the cool steam vents are a little weird. They're like a regular steam vent is 500 C steam, and a cool steam vent is 110. Oh, I know procedures to like use the steam vent. Obviously, you just kind of throw a because it's 500 C. You obviously just throw a couple steam turbines on top of them and then utilize it that way to produce a bit of power and cool down the steam down to liquid. But with the cool steam vents, I'm always unsure what to do because it's 110 C and it's not enough to get a steam turbine actually producing. You want to keep trying without DLC and at least win once before you buy the DLC, but your struggle is all real. What would the wait, hold on, what would the DLC give you that you don't kind of have access to? Can't remember what the DLCs give because I've kind of always played with the DLCs activated, even if I don't utilize all of the DLC buildings and mechanics. Now we're producing some tungsten. Cool. You have default only the story things mixed in and a different skill tree. Ah, so it doesn't actually change much then. Because the story traits don't actually kind of change your gameplay really. The biggest gameplay change things I guess are like bionic duplicates. Which, you know, you can play the game without any bionic duplicates just fine. I'm just going with bionics only. Potential load of 2020. I guess technically if we want both things to be running, we would need to put it on an extra run, but yeah, should be okay. Yeah, do for the map day, moderately claustrophobic with them on. Usually got some guys or event interview from spawn every time with them on. The story events. Story events. The story events. Really? I mean, we got the sleep one there. Because my spawn was here. So I guess kind of within view, yeah, I was pretty lucky. I had these two here within kind of like my nearby view. Getting the cool slush guys are here just solved like all of our water issues. You know, like there's a decent amount of water locked in here, and then how much water do we have over here? Yeah, like anywhere from 25 to 35,000 kilograms of water in each tile here. So there's over 100,000 kilograms of water, like 100 ton water there. Not too bad. Definitely don't want to break that open though. That water would fill the map. We want to be careful with that. Fossil hermit, etc. They seem to shove some biomes around them and make it all a bit harder. You reckon when you've got more story stuff active, it makes it harder, you reckon? Are they associated with particular biomes? I don't think so, right? Because they're just a point of interest and they kind of get shoved in wherever, you know? I thought. Let's head back over here because we haven't checked. How is this going? You are low on gear oil. Okay, then we will send you back. That way it's not that much of an issue, but it seems like he did a decent amount of digging, so that's good. You know, we gotta send some copper and some plastics over for that. And more steel essentially, so send over copper, plastic, steel, it seems like. So a copper metal tile melts at 1,000. Do we need to adjust that because it is 2600 temperature for the gold volcano? Well, we'll send you back anyway. I mean, less than 50 squares to some guys or events quite consistently horrible with them. Yeah, I guess it kind of depends. Maybe it's a de facto continue re-rolling or something. Oh. I kind of wish it just auto-activated teleport whenever you like put someone in. Mind you, we haven't, I know that we have, what do you call it? Frozen survivor guy here. The defrosted friend or frosted friend. We're not gonna unlock him because we don't know if they're gonna be we don't know if they're gonna be a bionic duplicant or not, so it'll be permanently locked away in the cryo sleep. Now, in a way, we've got this lump set up so that technically it should be 2 lums a platform, but somehow it's grabbing 3. I think because this type of layout, when they jump from over here over to the grooming station, this critter sensor, when they are on the tile, yeah, see, like here, I only can see 2 because this guy is within the door at the moment. So I think if I actually wanted to set this to be only 2, I would need to change this to be 1, I think. And then it would be a case of over time, it would fill up with 2 only. Unless you somehow get a scenario where this lum will decide, you know, to actually jump up here and then this guy doesn't move down or whatever. Yeah, could always happen. See, so now they're both down here and it's seeing 3, so that's kind of what's happening here. I think if I wanted only 2 a platform, then I would set this to be well, I actually have it. Never mind, I have it set to be above 1. And I'm still getting 3, sometimes 4. This bottom one, if all of these are open, they're all gonna fall to the bottom here because we don't actually have a door down here on this bottom to have them all come through. Because we're just utilizing 4 platforms at the moment, technically. And then we're just getting any type of off output that these guys will produce, even though they are like crowded, a little unhappy and whatever else. But it has been working like relatively good. Like we're at 122 tons of peat. Rather, like, you know, we're not consistently using our peat. I think peat is to be used second after, obviously, our steam turbines. So 1995, so they're going to use that. 6085, yeah. and then it's the hydrogen, and then it's the coal. So okay, let's see, what was that? Advanced. Plasma furnace. We need more ceramic. And then a lot more tungsten. Okay. Right, we're just producing more of this. I might just go with 50. Actually, it costs 1,000, right? So like, we would need not that many. Let's go with, let's go with 10. Because I think we've already got some of that made. Yeah, so I think if we make 10, that should be fine. And we'll be able to try that out. But we do need to put down a kiln. Now I might actually utilize the advanced kiln because it produces more at a time. I'm kind of like wondering like if you could actually throw it into a sauna room as well. I feel like you could, depending on how much, like how many times you use it, I think. I was considering maybe getting the DLCs and see if you have an easier time getting out of early game then. Yeah, you could always try that. I mean, the DLCs are very good to play around with, of course, you know. Molecular Forge. I might actually place the Molecular Forge down just because I want to actually see what our options are with the materials, because there might be something new that's been added with the mods that I have. So we can get rid of that. Alright, so this produces 500 kilograms of ceramic each time. So I'll queue up 2 ceramics here. Now we did change the... Ooh. Oh. That's what that's causing. That's an issue. Okay, we need actually to have in a conveyor bridge here. So that way... it'll actually move it all up to the top here. And it's been stuck on the rail permanently and stuck here. Oops. No, we have nearly a ton of aluminum. Actually, no, this one we adjusted. It's this one over here that is troublesome one. We have 60 kilograms of aluminum there. Because we need to actually move the sweeper over one tile. Okay, there we go. Now we've got now we have the aluminum coming up to the top. You did manage an apparently rare achievement of hitting 6 Kelvin in a run around cycle 50. Forgot to check where I was going. I was outside all of a sudden. Oh wow, so we need graphite here to make fullerene. Right. Ermium, tungsten and niobium. We have tungsten. Insulite reduces heat transfer and is composed of recrystallized abyssalite, 35 abyssalite and iso sap. Steel to plasteel, obviously you need steel and plastic and borax. Enriched uranium will give us an atomic power bank. Having some portable self-charging units used for isolated power grids. Brass. Brass is like a better copper, essentially. You got a bit more overheat temperature. Phosphor bronze. Copper and lead. It's got less overheat temperature than copper, but it's got decent decor bonus. Alright, do we have enough? We do. Okay, if we get rid of this. Okay, so it has its own floor then. It's not like the steam turbines. It has its own floor. Okay. I will place that there then. So that is the floor level. We will see how this functions. Yeah, I don't think I've gotten that, the Kelvin achievement yet. So this is low grade metallic sand. You can get silver, lead, zinc, nickel or copper out of it using some borax as well in the selective arc furnace. Or using some sandstone water, sulfuric acid or sedimentary rock. You can get some toxic slurry as well as some base grade metallic sand. Shale, base grade, nitric acid and mafic rock, refined phosphorus. Ooh, diamond. Chance of diamond using abyssalite, nitric acid and sulfuric acid. Using regolith. high-grade metallic sand in these bull crusher mills. Chemical washing, nitric acid. Multi-stage raw gas. That does not make it. Chemical mixing unit. You mix nitrogen and water for some nitric acid. Okay. Nitric acid synthesizer. You take oxygen, ammonia, salt, and sulfuric acid to make it. To make nitric. Or is it a case of... Those two are the same. Maybe it's oxygen and ammonia can make nitric, or salt and sulfuric acid can make it. Okay, what about sulfuric acid? How do we make sulfuric acid? Water and sulfur in a mixing unit to make the acid. Or steam, sulfur, oxygen, pyrite, oxygen, steam. If we use the pyrite method, it takes its outputs rust, so it's kind of using some iron to make sulfuric acid. I think the sulfur plus water method would be better. That might be something we have to look at as well. Right, so what can this make? So... Oh. So it takes 500 kilograms of the material and you get 490 out of it? Oh, so this is much more efficient. But it's molten, right? If we look at molten iron, it's, 2,750, or between 1534 and 2749, like. So it would be very hot. Main products are dispensed in a molten state directly in the floor below the building, while the liquid waste is released in a separated port. The liquid waste being molten slag. The high energy consumption is compensated by the quality and the yield of the refining process. So this uses 5 kilowatts of power and also consumes 100 grams of carrier gas when in use. Now, carrier gas is going to be either helium, nitrogen gas, or helium, hydrogen, or nitrogen. How do we make helium? It doesn't say. Okay. How do we make nitrogen? Ammonia and iron to make some nitrogen. And that produces rust back. Oh, it also produces hydrogen. So if we took ammonia and some iron, we broke it down, we could get hydrogen and nitrogen from that. And then our rust we could then eventually turn back into some iron.
Good day.
Actually, you could, if you heat it up. Ooh, I could see something happening with that. That's interesting. Hey, welcome in, Hagon Stoneweb? Sorry, butchering your name. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Okay. This is interesting. Abyssalite to molten tungsten. Hold on, we can take abyssalite and get tungsten out of it? Wait, you can go straight from iron into steel? Molten steel, that's gonna be between those temperatures, that is very hot. But it puts the liquid. Okay, so it actually does function. So the liquids come out from, I guess, this port, these ports here. You might need to like actually place this further down and make a similar system with steam turbines and stuff running. But if we're going to be putting like what's the hottest material? Like molten gold is between those two temperatures. Molten silver is cooler. Molten slag is 1400 to 2400. Molten niobium is that, but we can't make that just yet. So we would need very insulated things that can absorb a lot of heat. Which obsidian can do 2700 degrees. Ceramic is only 1800. Insulation composite tile. I guess like you would need to make it maybe out of metal. You have a metal insul and then surrounding a metal tile you have the insulated tiles maybe. Oh. Wait, what about concrete? Oh, if we make concrete with steel mixed in. Nope, make concrete with tungsten mixed in. You've got 3400 degree melting point. Bunker tiles are only 2700. So we would want things that have a low specific heat capacity. And a high thermal, no, a low thermal conductivity we would want. So yeah, I guess reinforced concrete tile would be the best one. It has much lower actually no. Concrete tile is good to transfer heat, so we don't want to use that. They're just very resistant to melting. Hello, Jappy. Your bulge. You had a haircut.
G'day.
How do you feel? They've never been that short? Oh. Igneous rock, I imagine, is your most common source for thermal insulation, if that's the goal. I'm just looking at this machine, right? You take the raw ingredients and it outputs it in its molten form, right? And then if we look at steel, we can take iron straight into steel. So like, if we look at steel, it's going to be a temperature in between 1000 degrees and 3800 degrees. I don't know the exact temperature that it's going to come out as, right? So I'm just kind of thinking like, if we try to aim to the highest temperature, so that way, you know, if it outputs it at 3800 and we're building things that it's going to melt, you know, then that could be a catastrophe waiting to happen. So I'm just kind of trying to think like, what can we build it? What can we build the tiles out of that won't melt everything? Essentially, granted, we'd do a similar steam sauna room, so we would have a lot of water and stuff within the room. So I don't think the temperature should get this excessive, right? Because there would be a lot of thermal mass within all of the water sort of that we have that will, you know, become steam, and we'll have a bunch of steam turbines and things like that running. But it's just something to kind of like think about. Also, we have a saltwater geyser here that emits saltwater at 95C. I kind of wonder if we could use the saltwater geyser in combination with like this plasma furnace, and then flashing the salt water into steam. Hello Neo, welcome in. Time for the Christmas market. Oh, enjoy the Christmas market. Hopefully you enjoy yourself. Find something, some yummy foods and things like that. Food. Langos, waffles, crepes, and chocolate fruits. Cute. Non-alcohol mulled wine. You can't wait. Is that like a hot wine? Is it? The base looks cool. You never get this far? Hey, thanks. I'm playing with a bunch of mods, so there might be some things that you might not understand in base game, like the selective arc furnace and this plasma furnace machine. Yes. Oh, hot wine. We've got 2 aluminum volcanoes over here. Oh. We have some solid aluminum here. That's not ideal. I don't think it shouldn't negatively affect the build. I don't know how that happened. That would have had to happen from... Actually, how would have that happened? Might have been a loading issue. Don't know why that happened actually. Make sure nothing else is like erroring when it loads. No, that's all fine there. You take care, look after yourself. This is going to be active in 11 cycles. This one is dormant for the next 80 cycles. Okay then, let's see. Let's deconstruct this. Where are we at? plasma furnace. So we have a salt water geyser here. If we dropped the material directly onto the neutronium, we don't need to necessarily worry about the neutronium melting, because it can't. It's got a 9700 C melting point, so that will never melt. Geyser shouldn't melt either. What do I use for power? At the moment I've got a magma tap over here that's using steam power, our steam turbines. I've got it set to just utilize, if we're not using power, it's just cycling on and off essentially, so that's why that sort of, it's not fully running. And then I have some peat burners for supplementary power from our lums. That's kind of like the main power that we're using currently. Concrete blocks. Unless we can make things out of diamond. So if we make some, well, window tiles have very high thermal conductivity, so that would be bad. We need to make something that is low thermal conductivity and has a very high melting point. I can try making this concrete stuff to see. Fiberglass needs borax. Fiberglass only has a 1400 melting point, though. How do we make borax?
G'day!
To make borax, because there's a lot of things that do need to use borax for it. A jaw crusher mill for some salt, or feeding stone hatches salt as well. Ooh, maybe we could do that for some borax. Hey Brent, welcome in. It's early for you, or is it evening? Can't quite remember. It's either late or early. Anyway, let's have a look at our salt. We've got 18.7 tons of salt, which isn't too much. But it could be a little bit of borax. We decided to feed these guys that. That's on granite. This one was set to dirt. That's for those guys. Let's see here. That doesn't produce enough of that. We can deconstruct that. You only get automated coal power and to get to oil, but then you usually run out of food oxygen or get bored. Maybe it's a case of if you run out of food or oxygen, maybe you're taking on too many duplicates, perhaps. Too quickly before you're like ready. That's kind of like the number one like kind of base killing issues Okay, we've made some of that brick, so let's see. Making something out of brick is only 1700. I think just utilizing obsidian is going to be the best, seems like. We need concrete blocks. How do we make concrete blocks? A cement mixer. Standardized size rectangular blocks used in building construction and versatile component made from different aggregates that are often considered waste products. Cement, regolith, crushed rock. How do you make cement then? Okay. Rock crushing those items. Slag and crushed rock to get some of those sands and things as well out of it. So maybe we should probably be making this stuff then, because I think if we... Yeah, we need like some of these things. Borax, graphite, slag, tungsten, chromium, fullerene, niobium, high grade metallic sand. Because you want to use these it's another form of getting some of these materials out. So like this recipe yields 90 kilograms of random amounts of the following elements. And like, we've got a lot of slag from running the metal refinery and stuff like that. So we have like this jaw crusher mill up here. Oh wait, we can go salt straight into borax. We don't need to feed the guys. We don't need to feed them. Feed the hatches salt. Although wait, 100 kilograms into 10 borax, we get sand out of it, and obviously some table salt. Raw minerals to crushed rock, so you do need a bit of crushed rock. What is this? What is chloroschist? Breaks down chloroschist into a bunch of different things. I haven't even seen chloroschist. Apparently I have it though. Interesting. Does it have any other of those things? So raw fossils to lime, obviously. Bunch of bitumen you get out, which is an insulator. So slag cement takes slag and crushed rock to get the cement and the other things, but we need crushed rock for that. So to get crushed rock, you go here, or all minerals to get crushed rock. Obsidian straight to sand. Let's produce some of those so we can actually like get some borax. Steel into plasteel. Plasteel has it's just a hard steel, I guess. It's got an overheat temperature of 400 though, actually. Oh. So what should we be utilizing? Plasteel? Because it's got a overheat temperature of 400, melting point of 2500 for materials made out of it. Give it a hydrate. There's some cool and crazy things. Well, 2500, that's still like not much. It's less than insulated obsidian. I need to have a look here because there's two different materials. You can select a precious rock and then you can select a different rock here. So if I just select these and then we have a look at the, so this is shale 1. Okay, so it has a melting point of 800. That is 1400 and that, okay. So I don't know what's up with the insulated composite tile requiring two different materials. 400 for an insulated tile. The composite tile is 375 plus 75 of a special material. So it's actually more expensive in total required materials. If we were to utilize the obsidian, it looks like, let's have a look actually. Put that one down and then utilize obsidian, put that one down. This has specific heat capacity of 0.200, thermal conductivity of 0.020, and then the insulated tile is the same. So it's literally the same, but I guess you would use these if you wanted to use a different material that is a little bit cheaper and you can utilize your special material, I guess, maybe. I don't know, that's a bit strange. We're just gonna use obsidian. We have a decent amount of obsidian. Not a crazy amount, but a decent amount. And I don't think we need that much for it. We have this here. We have a pretty big steam room. I think it's this tile here. We don't want to dig that one yet. And then we go like obsidian along here, obsidian along there. Obsidian along here. So yeah, we have enough to cover the entire area with obsidian, so that's good. Brent would like a duplicate too. Okay. Let's see. Gizmo currently does. Kind of like some digging and things like that. Oh, we should also give you these and give you that. We're kind of like, I think you were mainly our digging guy. So we wanted 2 diggers. So Gizmo will be now print. And you are for digging. I'll need to vacuum out all of the gas as well in here, and also probably get rid of all of the liquid too. I think on this side, I can probably do a liquid lock. So if I go... like that. And then I can probably put in petroleum there. Vacuum that entire section out. And that still gives plenty of room along here. Probably should have ceramic on the top, because ceramic is, I believe, the better one to utilize for steam turbines, because it's got the lower thermal conductivity. Yeah, let's have a look here. So they've been sending over a bunch of igneous, so we can probably stop igneous from being sent over. And what else? We've got steel sending over, we'll stop that. And the aluminum will stop as well. So we've been sending literally all of our aluminum over. So it should be fine to be able to build things over here. We got, yeah, a lot of igneous rock, a lot of aluminum, and decent amount of steel as well. And anything that they don't build, we can change the materials out of as well. Oh, we need to bring plastic over. So instead of utilizing copper, we'll utilize, I think, aluminum and more steel. All of these will be made out of steel though. Okay, this one, so we want to send over plastic. I'll cancel plastic here, and we'll set this up with 5,000 kilograms of plastic. 5 tons of plastic. Once that's full, then we'll set the transfer to active. Let these guys go ahead and build all this.
G'day.
Hello, Evan. Welcome in. I think this also plumbing. So this outputs molten glass or refined metal, and this one outputs the molten slag or the magma. And I guess essentially we just want to have this entire area will be filled with, I guess, a rail network system is what we'll utilize. can get insulated railing. Ah. Merges chunks of solid materials from incoming rails and outputs them onto a heavy-duty rail. I don't think we would make it all out of heavy-duty rails. I think would have actually they cost 100 each. That's 100 each regardless. I almost think, yeah, probably using the logistic rails are probably better because they hold a maximum weight of 20 kilograms. Heavy duty is 200 kilograms. But generally when you have a rail system you want smaller packets. So that way the heat is spread around and keeps moving. Oh, there's actually abyssalite down here. You know what? Don't go through that abyssalite. Because abyssalite is basically the best thing that you can utilize. It's not gonna get any hotter or colder. Bottle. This will take the carrier gas, which we will also need to produce. Now, if you remember, our carrier gas helium, nitrogen, or hydrogen. Now we have a decent stock of hydrogen gas up here. Got nearly 300 kilograms in each tile, and each When in use, it uses 1,000. So I don't know in total how much it uses. Alright, that is enough to start this process. And we can vent all that out. That'll take a little bit of time to do. Then we're gonna have to think about our shipping in here, our automation. If we did have actually one of these in, this would be able to access everything, though, which would make things easier. Although these ones are only delivered to heavy duty, so they're only delivered to heavy duty ones, or storages, or buildings within range. But if we look at this, we would need one. We'd want it to overlap, so 2. Could probably get away with 2 actually, that would be fine. Alright, it is entirely a vacuum now. Very good. I think we can actually go ahead and dig that and analyze it as well. Stop mopping. Because we won't need to worry about having water in here, because we're just going to have salt water, and the salt water will evaporate easily into steam. Hey Moody. G'day, g'day. Ready for Christmas? I'm not really doing anything for Christmas, I don't think. Just other than spending some time with the family. think we're doing like a dinner or something like that. Last I heard. You're the one hosting this year for the first time? What's your plan? So I think I want at least like the entire bottom layer to be 200 kilograms of liquid for this. And then up the top here, we're gonna have more of these guys. So we can slap one here, and one here. Well, you'll be responsible for the potatoes and roast pork. Your brother is responsible for alcohol and such. Your mom's snacks and your grandpa the duck and sauce. Nicely spread out. Your younger brother can clean up. Let's see, average output of 3,000 grams a second. One thing we do need here is a gas intake. How's our steel going? Because I do need to produce more steel. We should set this up to just do back to doing forever products. Been rotating around. Yeah, so just waiting for materials. I should get some automation in here so it picks up any stuff that should be over here. Also, these eggs. I should really have the eggs go into a different area. They overlap by one. So I can just actually have all of these products go up to here. All right. Okay, they finished that. Good. Oh, wait, no, they have not finished that. Get rid of that one. This can actually be deconstructed. I'll shift it. Our transformers probably over on this side. And running power wires into this. I gotta think of like what wiring I've got to actually use. What we can actually place in. Conductive wiring, I think it has to be steel. 2400 melting point. Oh, actually tungsten. You can use tungsten because that's got 3400 melting point for those. That most definitely won't melt. So that'll send our hydrogen down into towards this machine. Natsu. That should be fine. I'm assuming I'm probably gonna have to actively cool these as well. Which does mean that I'm gonna need another one of these bad boys. Made out of probably tungsten. Although, it's weird. It's got a melting point of 3400, but its overheat temperature is not larger than steel. Iron ore to molten iron, electrum to molten gold. Molten tungsten. I kind of want to see how much heat this actually outputs. We have plenty of salt water here that should utilize. We do one production. We will see what happens. Okay. So we get, where is it? How hot is it? Salt water, 92. Has it? Okay, here we go. We have iron at 1160 degrees that gets made. 1160. And then we're also getting our, which one is it? It's molten, we're getting molten slag to come out. Which will also, there we go, we have slag at 1185 degrees. So it comes out at like, I guess 1100 odd temperature. So it literally turns everything into steam. Okay. It's actually not that hot then. I thought it would be like way more hotter than. Like you've got iron here at 1000 degrees and it's cooling down, obviously, it's spreading its heat into the steam, and the other salt down here. But that's doable then. Yeah, we can set something up that will rotate items on a conveyor, similar to how we've got it down here when we run this. Yeah, so because it's not that hot then, we can actually utilize a steel thermoacrid tuner then. We are going to need to produce more steel, but that's okay. So we can use the steel one to keep the steam turbines chilled. We'll need some automation for this. I want a thermo sensor. And we'll want a pipe. Liquid pipe thermo sensor. And we want an AND gate. So that'll be connected to that. And then for our plumbing, our pipes. It's actually not that hot, so I think we can just use our igneous ones. So we have some liquid bridges there and there. Goes like that. This will go like this and come up. Now the radiant pipes. I think best to just use our aluminum because it's got such high thermal conductivity. And the temperature for the cooling liquid is going to be similar to what we have here. You know, we're going to use polluted water. So if we go along there, come along there, okay, now we'll have to do like this. Wait. Jumps across. Yeah, sure. Do it like this. Natural sleep. Nah, he's like me. Sleep, what's that? Let the man be degen. He's got grinding to do. Or in other words, he's busy. You know? You need a transformer. So liquid thermal, activate if it, wait, what did we do here? This one was active above 24 and then below 300. We'll do something similar. Below 300. Cool. That's connected, that's connected. And then eventually we can just expand this entire steam box and then utilize just all of our power production within this entire system, I think. I think that'll work. I can see this entire thing expanding out a bit more. Next order of business here will be our railings. Now it's not that hot. However, I don't know how if we wanted to do molten steel. I think if we use tungsten for the railing, that's probably going to be the best go-to. And we have it rotate around. So the materials are going to drop here and instantly turn. But maybe we have a couple in just to be safe. These have to be made out of steel because I think of the overheat temperature. If I have this one here, I can rotate that to be like that to fit it in. Okay. I think 2 should be enough. And then here we can have our loader. And then the railing. actually. We have a shut off that could. I don't know if we can run the shut off inside. I think we can run it inside. Oh, if that's the case, we would want to change these here. So these railings actually come across like that. Conveyor shut off, go here. And we have a conveyor temperature, conveyor rail thermo sensor. And then the railing. So if we have it checked, similar to what we have here. So this will be, if it is above, yeah, similar temperature, it'll keep rotating materials around. Which then means we have it activate. Okay, let's, the shut off will be rotated like that. And if it activates, we have it come that way. Now we want this line to be, I guess, before it comes out of the rail. So if we throw in a bridge here, wait. That would prioritize this one before that. We don't want that one. We want it to prioritize this line over that line. I guess for now I'll just connect it up. And this line will be our output. So our output we can probably, for now, join up with that. Maybe we need to make more tungsten as well.
G'day.
We do need more steel, but we can make already a decent amount of steel. This is using borax here. Half lime, half borax. That's probably better to use because we can make a lot of borax. But we can also make a lot of lime as well because we just need to crush our... We just need to crush the fossils that we have. Hey Chibi, welcome in. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Select that to everything because we want it to pick up the slag, we want it to pick up the salt. We want it to pick up anything that this makes. Want the work week to end now? It's Friday, my dude. Not too long. It's nearly over. You can hold in there for a little more, for a little bit more. A little longer more. I hope it's much cooler today. Yeah, it was, yesterday was 42. Today was something like 30 degrees, and it made the afternoon significantly cooler, so that was good. Much happier. So Bissolite to molten tungsten. So we can just straight away make tungsten with this. Is there any other methods? Wolframite to molten tungsten as well. Let's see how much heat this creates, because molten tungsten is significantly hotter. Probably, before we run that, actually get in our polluted water into this system, which we can set up over here. We get a bottle drainer. And then we'll put in, for the cooling loop, polluted water. So we have 200 kilograms here. I'm probably gonna need a bit more than that though. We have the output pipe full. Okay, so it's just rotating around. I think technically to speed this up, I do wonder, like, are these technically more efficient with their cooling if it's hotter? They technically are though. Like our steam is at 150. If the steam is at 200, then they're generating the most amount of power. But are they also then dispelling more cooling? Or dissipating more cooling? If it is hotter? How much does, I guess, tungsten heats the petroleum by 27 degrees. This one is heats it by 45.8. So iron ore into iron is still the hotter method. I mean, that's probably crude steel, which we're not going to be using, as 70. But we're not doing the crude steel method on this because we're using the selective arc furnace for the steel production. So it would be 45.8. So I think this can actually go to 200, and then it just rotates it around much more. This room up here is heating up a little bit. I guess technically I could have it cool down a little bit from this. the steam in this room will be much hotter now then. Okay, then if that's the case, I probably have too much liquid then, right? Output pipe is for when it's not rotating anymore now. So then if that's the case, then I think I need a reservoir. 7.5 tons, that's 2,500 tons. 2,500 should be fine, I think. Not too sure on the temperatures of this. It's like 500 max temperature, I think, so we can get away with one of these. So we go with this one. Then we get rid of that. Okay. Oh, right, this actually needs a floor. So we're gonna actually have to put it here. Good reservoir, like that. You love being responsible for the alcohol. Somehow ends up in everyone being drunk. Yeah? You go up to people and you're like, you don't look drunk enough. Here's a refill. That's all I can imagine you being like. You're like just walking around with a keg or something like that. That's all I can imagine. You're good at that. Reminds you of summer. Because you're like that in summer. Alright, what kind of materials are we missing? We're missing a lot of tungsten over here. Has this now sped up and it's working? Yeah, so I think that's solved that issue. So basically this reservoir acts as a bit of a internal buffer for the entire system. So there we go, so it's gonna rotate around. It's not it's not 200 degrees, so it's not gonna rotate. Cool. So it just allows us to produce a lot more tungsten until the entire system gets to that 200 degrees, and then we're gonna have to wait longer. Maybe we need more tungsten. How much tungsten do we have? Well, we're utilizing it all, but it looks like we've got quite a bit. We also need to put down some mesh tiles. There, so we can build our thermotuner, because technically it can't be built like on like the ground or whatever. Has to be on top of tiles. Eight dudes, each drank 4 liters of beer for the evening, and then some. Yeah, that's not me. I'm like a sipper. I just nurse my drink. Hello Thor, welcome in. I enjoy nursing my drinks. Let's actually get that up to 30, I reckon. 30 times 70, 1500, 1500, that's probably enough, I reckon. Cold ones redeem when? Do you want to buy me some cold ones? I haven't bought alcohol in ages. Are you shouting me? Oh wait, hold on. Let's drop that, deconstruct this. And then I need to empty the pipe. Empty those ones. We lack the plumbing skill. You know what that means? I believe we made a plumbing. Yeah, we do. Pipe emptying. Tidy booster. So... let's go with our builder. Drop that one. Give you that one. And...
Bleh.
thank you, Dreamy, for the 30 months. Appreciate it. Bleh. Bleh. Eh. Are we doing well? Okay, is this gonna work? Okay, I need to get rid of one more, I believe, to have it run smoothly. Because that's all connected there, yeah. Doing a gauge? Hope I am too. Yeah, I'm much better when it's not 42 degrees. That's certainly for sure. All right. Do I need to get rid of another blip? Maybe. Hold on, if I do that. So we have 1, 2, 3 empty. Yeah, okay, I need to get rid of some more. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 empty blips. Seems like I might need to get rid of one more. I always forget how many you need to have. Yeah, I think one more. Let's do one of these as well. Okay, emptied that. That looks better. Okay, so how hot? How hot is all that? Igneous rock 1200 degrees, salt 100, slag 99. Hey Nugget, welcome in. Cause what did I do here? I did that. Goes into there, keeps rotating around. Yeah, so this is set to if it's above 126, it keeps rotating around. So that's what I want to do here. Well, we make the tungsten, use the tungsten straight away. Look at that. So that one was kind of okay. Let's do this one. This will produce way more molten tungsten. So it'll probably be like way hotter. Also, I guess we should do empty these ones. Alright, that's regular rail, this is logistic rail. That's the case. Good question. Do you think a Steam account can have 2 games that are over 10k hours and multiple games with 2.5 2 to 5k hours without that being a botted account? What's the games? You could probably tell if the games are like always like, you know, botted enough kind of thing, I guess. Daisy and Armor. I mean, there's a lot of people who play those games religiously, so... How old is the account? That's one question, actually. Guess it kind of depends on how old the account is as well. Overwatch 2, CSGO, and a bunch of loot games. Remember since 2013? That was a very old account. Armor, I know that Armor and Daisy are very old games. So, and they're all like kind of FPS games, so they probably just play a lot of FPS, I would say. Okay, there we go. So now the materials are rotating around. So there's like... So the slag is cool. The igneous rock is very hot. So we have to check. When it gets over to here, if it is above a certain temperature, it'll activate and then have it come along there. But if it is not, it'll come up through the top. There we go. Cool. We've also got hotter tungsten. The tungsten is cool, so it's going up. The igneous rock here has quite a bit of temperature on it. So that'll continue to rotate around until it gets cool. Okay, cool. Seems to work. If the steam gets to 125C, obviously, the turbines will turn on. They will be kept cold from the thermotuner. So this refinery setup, I think we can drop then, and don't worry about this. The steel takes 70 iron into 100 steel. The sub materials we don't really care too much about. This one here would take 425 iron to 500. Is that the same ratio? Near GTA 5 Cyberpunk, each honeypop game held over on the last Warhammer have 10k hours each. Okay, yeah, that's I've probably used some one of the mini program things that like allows you to adjust different stats on your Steam account. I know that there's like, I don't know, a program out there that allows you to do that. Because there's ones which allow you to give like achievements or something stupid like that. I don't know why you would want to do that, but yeah. Okay, so 425 to 500 molten steel. Let's see. That's a ratio of 85%. This one here, the steel, 70 to 100. So 70, 100. It's a ratio of 70, so it is more efficient to go with this then, the plasma furnace, and turn our iron ore into molten iron, and then the iron into the steel. So we can just have this permanently do this. And then we can just run this a couple times to get more steel out of it. Cool. By the way, I need to transfer this plastic over here. So we drop that and we go, hey, plastic, send it through, because we need to send plastic over into the other planetoid. And then here to speed the process up here, we should probably have some automation. Has one recorded ban in a game? I think if you have a permaban in a game and Steam even shows that, you shouldn't really be able to do reviews for games. I mean, you don't think you can play 3 hours with multiple games in 2 weeks? No. Nah, definitely not. Like, you think about how many hours are in a week. There's not even that, right? There's 330 something hours in a week. So when you say like 3,000 hours with like multiple games in 2 weeks, even if you were running multiple games, I think Steam only tracks your hours with one game. So they're definitely like changing their stats or whatever. Which I don't know why you would want to do, but yeah. Cool, so this is working. However, this stuff is pretty hot, like it's 100 degrees. I think this temperature stuff, we should probably like open this up and then have a temperature like have metal here and then have the railing go through the metal, I think. So if we have a look at metal tiles, aluminum has very high thermal conductivity, so we can make it a lot of metal tiles over here and then have the pipes here run through that metal, cool the metal even further down, and then it'll cool that material down. Or we could utilize that here as well. I guess at some point as well, because this would just continuously emit steam, well, water, which then gets turned into steam. We already have a lot of steam in this here. Also, I need to have it so these guys don't actually come in and out, because that's just wasting time and stuff trying to pick up some salt or whatever. So let's see, we want a chute. Put that there. I'll do a sweeper. It won't be able to fit there. Okay, if we put it here, it'll be out of reach. So that'll work. Also, I do want to block off this area, because we're running cooling through this entire zone. Anyway, yeah, I think it's just best to like not even worry about people like doing that sort of stuff. Easier to chill, you know. Not worth the effort. Yeah, I've been well. Unreachable build. Do that. Alright, get rid of this. In case I need them to travel through. Build that door there, and then I'll just deny the access. So, wait. This actually needs to be one law. Okay, I guess if I had it here... Wait, let me just see. Because this doesn't reach. Which I just noticed. We have it on the side here. Might be able to reach. Over here, maybe? Yeah, okay, right. We're gonna have to change this. Hey Croc, welcome back. I was building next to the Steam Turbine. This is good, a plasma furnace. This is once again from the industrial mod. It outputs molten. The product becomes molten, so it's very hot. So we've basically designed a very similar to what you would do with a volcano tamer, where you use the rails that rotate the material around until it cools down enough. We've literally done pretty much the same. So it rotates the hot material around, and when it gets cool enough, then we send it out. So that's what the plasma furnace basically takes. Raw material, but it also uses a medium as well to do it. So it uses a gas during the process as well. So it uses either helium, hydrogen, or nitrogen to produce. Uses 60 kilograms a cycle if you're utilizing it 100%. So it's not a lot, but yeah. So we've been storing some hydrogen over here, so we're using our hydrogen gas to utilize that, so, which we have tons of. So like that's what we just use our hydrogen gas for this thing. Yeah, it's like it produces, you know, we got like iron, it drops the iron molten, for example, and then we've got it going on rails. So this is like very hot iron at the beginning, you know, like 900C and stuff like that, of iron. So it rotates around. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool system. Right, thanks for the phenomenal year of chill and good vibes. Thanks for enjoying the streams. I wouldn't be here with if you guys didn't enjoy them, that's for sure. Okay, I'm gonna put this in I'm assuming that if I place it here, it might not be close enough, but I guess we can give it a go. Let's get rid of that mesh tile. Oh, those are making out of iron. I don't want to make it out of iron. I want to make it out of aluminum. Why not a normal smelter? Where are the benefits? It's more, the ratio is better. So if we look at iron ore, you take 500 iron ore and you get 490 molten iron out of it. Whereas if you take your metal refinery, you put in 100 and you get 80 out of it. So you're losing 20% there from the iron ore. Right, so we do have an overheat system. If we do like overload it, this does overheat. So we need a system that doesn't keep this with a lot. Gotta try and think of a way. What should we make this out of actually? Oh, we made it out of tungsten. Okay, let's change that to steel. That'll probably fix that issue because it's the tungsten only gives it an overheat extra temperature of 50, so if we give that to 200, that'll fix that up. Who is our builder? It's Nicky. Can come in and out. Get that one done. Yeah, rebuild it, thank you. There we go. Everything. Right, now it shouldn't overheat. Technically this can't see any item here, but I think any item here should only be salt. Maybe I should remove the thermometer to have it lower. Steam turbines are running now. So these are still coming out. Kind of hot actually. It's because it's full and more is coming out, so I need to solve the issue where this is outputting before this line comes along. So we do need to utilize a bridge. I gotta try and think of how I can do that then. Okay, yeah, that's what we can do. We can place this here. This rail will go there. Disconnect that. So this here will actually come down into here and then loop over to there. That should utilize it, and that shouldn't take any items out of the loader if this line has items on it. Okay, cool. So now what I also want to do is, oh, and that's been built, we can get rid of that. Also, that'll go there. That'll go there. And then these are radiant pipes. I'm actually going to have bridge over. Where would be easiest to actually cool down? Maybe over here. Okay, let's do that. So aluminum tile. So that does mean that we'll have our radiant pipes. Up, down, up, down, up. Okay. Let's do this. This will be quite a bit of aluminum, but we kind of have permanent aluminum coming out of these volcanoes. That's fine. Liquid lock will be better here, actually. Insulated door actually transfers quite a bit of heat, so we should probably replace that. Seems like. Even though it doesn't say it does. Oh, I think it's probably every time they open it actually. That's what makes sense. Yeah, every time they open it. Fantastic. The bloody cuddle pit is locked in there. Yeah, come out. Good. Someone wrangle that thing away. Yeah, I need them to like get a move on with those. So I'll probably be able to make it into, I guess, like 200 degrees. And then... that'll help cool them down. Make a vacuum where steam their hands and use plates to cool them. Make this room vacuumed. We're actively cooling them right now, obviously. I'm gonna also need to fill it up with more polluted water. I'm just also making a zone that will be used to cool the rail, the stuff on the rail more down as well. And aluminum is really good at it, this. Hello driving, welcome in. I forgot. We didn't do the railing. I need to do the railing. So I technically need to break all of the aluminum. Okay, so that'll be like that, like that, like that. Okay. Buildings. Alright. This will be some oil. I'll do that. Also, I need a bottle drainer. Okay, so the railing is complete. The radiant pipes are complete. Now I actually don't know if I should do... If I should do another rail shut off that checks the temperature. But I think I should be fine. Okay. Let me cut it off about here. Have everything go through. Do we need more? Probably more. Yeah. Yep. So I reckon we get another bottle and fill that. We're pending deliveries at the moment. Yeah, I think it's because we don't have any polluted water. I'll attach that back up again then. Yeah, so it comes up at relatively hot temperature through there and then cools down significantly. Cool, that's how I want it. So I need more polluted water. What I might do is I might get rid of that. Your volcano tamer is not as sophisticated and you keep having to repair your auto sweeper from overheating. What did you make your auto sweeper from? Did you make it from steel? If so, and it's still overheating, you might have it too close. What type of volcano is it? It's an aluminum one? Okay, I have actually probably not that one. Check this one here. This is an aluminum one. Ignore the solid aluminum here. I don't know why that happened. But this is where I have my steel sweeper. So I have it on top of the far right neutronium. And it has not overheated. Yeah, I think it was a non-load bug. A little bit annoying because I think there was a lot of aluminum sitting here because I changed my rail system. It was just dropping here, but I changed it to come up through here. But I forgot that I needed a bridge over here and I didn't place that in. So it was technically aluminum from here was going down and choosing to go into this shutoff technically. So it was actually just building up down there instead of going up here because technically up here I guess is the longer path than that path. Somehow from over that to this aluminum volcano to this one is shorter than that one to this top part. So what ended up happening was I had a bunch of aluminum debris sitting here and then on load it did the thing where if it's like over a certain amount it loaded to solid tiles. It still functions, but yeah, it's just a bit weird. So yeah, anyway, going back to it. If you place it on top of this neutronium tile, you should be fine. with the steel, and it does mean that the auto sweeper will be able to collect anything on this tile technically as well. Obviously right now you can't see that it collects there because you've got these ones in the way. I can show you actually on this one here. I placed this one in the wrong spot. As you can see, it can't reach this tile here, and there's debris sitting here. But if you place it one tile to the left, then it will collect debris if it does overflow onto the tile that is to the left of the furthest left neutronium. And you shouldn't have any overheat temperatures so long as you have enough steel within the system. I have about 50 kilograms of steam per tile in it, and it should work for you just fine. Must not have enough steam then? Could be, yeah. Yeah, the steam acts kind of like as a buffer. I think about 20. I reckon if you double that, then you shouldn't have any problems. Also, like, I guess, make sure that it's only steam within it as well. So make sure you vacuum it out as well, so you don't have any other types of gases or anything inside it as well, because that can also mess with the cooling and stuff like that of it. That was your first problem? Yeah. Yeah, whenever you're doing any type of taming type thing with like a steam sauna room, make sure you vacuum it out. You made it 4 tile and 20 is enough? Yeah, if you do make the room bigger as well, then you do need technically less volume of steam, but if it's a smaller room, then having a larger volume will give you that extra buffer. Oh yeah, true. Some people put temp shift plates as well behind to dissipate some of the heat a bit effectively as well. Move the heat away from your important machines a bit quicker as well. Yeah, there's a lot of different things you can utilize to make things work. A lot of different stuff people will do. All trial and error, you know. I've just got to add more polluted water into this, which we are filling up this here. So we set this back one to polluted water, and I think I want to fill it up at least from this point all the way across. So we need probably another bottle to fill it up. Okay, drop that, reconnect it, and see if that functions. I might need to actually remove some. I figured at least like 7 blips might be right. I could actually do what I did last time and just had a buffer and it fixes it. If I just do a small reservoir. There's enough crude here, that's fine, we can deconstruct that. build this reservoir, and the reservoir will just act like a buffer, similar to what I did here, where it's acting just as a buffer to keep the liquid in there. World's slowest builder, Turnbox. What are you doing building? You should be ranching. Actually, I should probably adjust some of these skills. Added more water to it, and now it's not going above heat temp. There you go. Nice. Oh, that one there as well. That could have been the issue. Okay, we're actually out of iron from that, so I do wonder if I should make it so we've got some automation on this. So this has heated up and it kind of spits. Basically this goes from, we got it set to 126. It'll come through here, which this is sitting around 50. If we do raise it, it's going to heat this section up. It's just like a time waiting game essentially. Which I'm fine with waiting. But if I want to queue up more things, I kind of want to be like, if I set some automation, what do we have? Green is enable, disable. Enable, disable. I kind of want to have it so it's like if it is full, which I guess I would need to actually go ahead and then change this so there's no automation with that. But if I had like a storage cabinet or something like that. Smart storage bin. Send the green when the bin is full. So I could flip the signal. So then if it's full, it then sends a red signal into this. So then I can queue up processes and it'll automatically run. Because one thing I don't want to happen is essentially if I had the process just automatically repeat, this would just continuously build up with materials, and I don't want that. If I had this set to just automatically forever produce everything. But it works. See, so this here is lowering down in temp quite a bit. If I set this to be 200. It'll obviously push a lot out, but then this would heat up. And then on average, I guess it would probably be... It's kind of hard to tell how much it would heat up. Because it's like, how much can the thermo aqua tuna cool down in comparison to 200 degree? It still cooled it down relatively quick, a lot. And this only rose in about 6 degrees. That was like one batch, right? And it went around again, and then it's gonna go up again. Because it's above 200. We might have to play around with the values and stuff like that to find a good balance of like temperature coming up for us to utilize. Versus the temperature within this steam room area, keeping this relatively cool. And then also keeping this, I guess, continuously running. So there's actually a lot of energy because there's so much steam in each of these tiles. There's a lot of energy here. And I guess technically the steam will just continue. So at some point I should probably remove excess steam as well. Because I'm also utilizing this as a flashing system for the water geyser to flash the salt water, which is at 95C, flash the salt water into water so we get also some salt out of it. What's our potential load? 19.59 kilowatts. We've nearly reached our heavy watt wire cap. Heating the steam turbines with the rails and the steam from this here, because the return water comes through. Yeah, I do know that. So I guess to prevent that, I can have it cool this first and then come through. So I could have it so it gets flipped and we have it cool the turbines first and then come through. But also it just kind of depends because this over here will cool down very, very quickly. Power drain plant is exchanging heat with turbines and rails. Or do I have some rails running through here? True. Yeah. I think if I bridge it, that shouldn't happen, right? Something weird with like the bridges there. If you bridge them, it doesn't move heat. Yeah, I know I hid the oil. That's okay. Ideally, I will make another one of these. Let's see. I can do... Okay. Right. Now I need a quick little bottle. You guys mop that up a bit. Right. So now, relocate. Over to here. Make it snappy. Cool. Empty this. There we go. Easy. So there's liquid here, so liquid can't, sorry, gases can't go diagonally, so that is a liquid lock. One tile liquid lock. There we go, now it is a vacuum. Get rid of this. And then our railing will move over to here. Getting in that extra water for the steam means it only gets to around 190 in there. Well below overheat temp for the auto super. Yeah, there you go. So there's a lot of different like things you can change and all that to fix different issues and stuff. All about balancing. Alright, now the next thing would be to change our radiant pipes. So we could actually have it come through here, go across, come down, and then do that. Okay, so liquid bridge. We get rid of that one. So the input's over here. Get rid of all of the bridges. This will be easier without any bridges. Okay. So have it come all the way across. Bridge across. Bridges across, comes up like that, that, and then comes across. Goes up. Cross down. This is our input here. If I change the input to be here. We go with a bridge. Bridges there, bridges there. That bridge is across. That bridge is across. And we can bridge here. Come down, up, down, up. Like this. Okay, so that's our initial cooling loop for the turbines, and then any extra cooling we have coming onto this line here. And then this can come across. Bridge. Okay, that should fix it. Da 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 da. So glad they made the snip mod in the game. It's been a while since you played, and actually making it part of the game and not a mod was awesome. Mod was better. We can select whole lines, cut it faster than one by one. Yeah, it would be good if you could do entire lines, but I think it's cool that they implement, you know, popular mods as default, you know, into the game. It's cool when developers do that, you know. Okay, so now we just gotta add some more polluted water. Actually, I think, actually, we might not need to. We did get extra pipe segments, so we might need to. Depends on if this will run out. We'll see. Actually, snip it there. See how much it actually comes out once it goes through and meets with the other stuff. Okay, I think we can probably add one more, I would say. Because we do have this reservoir as a buffer. So... one bottle of 200 kilograms. There we go. Yeah, so there we go. It's got a few bits of polluted water in there, as its little internal buffer for the loop. Cool. The buffer is so useful. Sometimes we don't have place for the liquid reservoir. Yeah, these ones are really cool. The wall one or the standing small one. It's really nice. I mean, yeah, you can get the perfect amount of little, you know, packets, obviously, but it's when you start adding a whole bunch of bridges and stuff, it's hard to calculate how many packets you gotta have removed and all that sort of stuff. Just throw in a small little reservoir and it's quite nice. So that's our cool line now, so that's fine, and then that's our hot line that is fully insulated. Okay. Our steam, mind you, over that entire time has gone from like 130 something down to 128. So it's kind of a lot of energy there due to the sheer amount of steam. I think the next thing would be to actually just remove some of the steam. But also, like, I'm probably gonna incorporate this into just an entire massive sauna room that, you know, utilizes all the machines inside it, I think. It's over pressurized. I think only if it gets to 1,000 per tile, then it's over pressurized, no? But I'll probably be expanding this out anyway when I get like a petroleum loop and stuff going. How much do I have here? I have 200, no, about 70 to 80 kilograms of steam per tile there. I'm probably adding in the let's see, ventilation. Do I still have? So I would probably utilize this one that goes all the way out and change it over to insulated. Your game, you add a pressure sensor if it's more than 20 kilograms, then take water from the steam turbines to delimit the storage. Oh true, I can do that. If this has an average output over its entire life cycle of nearly 3,000 grams, but it's salt water, when you turn salt water into steam via flashing, you get 930, so we're losing a little bit of water technically. It's not, you know, it's not 1-to-1. And we have 3 steam turbines which When it creates its water packets, each packet is 2,000. Technically this one is a little bit less because of the tile. Then yeah, we can probably do a hydro sensor that then is connected to automation for all of these. Or an atmo sensor rather. That's tungsten. I don't need tungsten on there, but here I'll have tungsten. Automate tungsten and then aluminum. Okay. Because yeah, if we do that, that'll check for that. Oh wait, no. We will want these. Not to enable, disable. Yeah, I need them to go into a liquid shutoff, rather. So where can we throw the liquid shutoff? Yeah, it's like I'm half there. Welcome back, Jabby. Wait, are you still at the Christmas market or? I think yeah, if we probably just move our liquid vents a little, we can place the shutoffs just above it. And then make it 3 turbines, can be 1 or 2. Yeah, but the more turbines effectively cool it down quicker. Or do you mean for removing liquid? I think if I just do it on these 2, that should be okay, I reckon. Yeah, removing the water, yep. The only problem is this is relatively like hot liquid, if that makes sense. I kind of would like to keep our central liquid cool, although when you look at it, with this amount of liquid it would take forever for this here to actually become quite hot. Many cycles. How's Oni going? It's good, yeah. Enjoying my time. We made something kind of cool. So we'll have this. Actually, it'll be there. We do. We do an ammo sensor. Actually, hold on. I don't need a shutoff, right? If I just atmo sensor it onto the vent, because then it'll shut off the vent, and then I can have it attached. Right? And it's technically just whatever is closest to here. So to make sure that no liquids like backflow, maybe in top right corner. You can blow the pipes when it'll be too hot. I I don't think it should get too hot. I think it should be okay though. Because it comes out at 95. Closing the vent. Does closing the vent... Oh, what do you mean? Because there's technically there'll be a liquid. There'll be one packet of liquid behind the vent. And then the rest are obviously in the insulated tiles. I see what you mean. Yeah, so I guess safety net then shut off is a little bit better. So if you have the shut off like that, then I'll have the vent. So if we set it to be like, if it's above, if it's above like 400 kilograms, then yeah. And so we'll move the vent here. This will come down there. And then we'll send this out. Right, Sneaky, get in here. Sneaky's the only one allowed in. Of oh, can only make it 20,000. I thought we could make it into a kilogram. Wow. I mean, I guess if it is 20 kilograms, like, it's probably okay. $20 per this tile, and eventually it'll be a lot bigger than that. Like, we'll probably eventually have it like, you know, this big or even bigger. Probably continue down floors. We could even incorporate the cool steam vent as well. Will I continue to flotsam? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it was good. It's a good game. Yeah, should probably change this heavy wire again. like changed it like 5 times already. Yeah, there we go. So eventually it'll get rid of the excess amount of steam we have in here. We didn't add anything, by the way. It was literally just from the saltwater geyser. Oh. We're removing 3,600 gram packets. I think I should maybe have it so that this, we have an inline packet condenser, like builder, so then it just sends 10 kilogram packets. It kind of requires another liquid shut off and stuff though. Make 20 of these. Actually, I didn't even have enough iron for that. So the next order of business will be the logistic, like this chute, to then have some rails come in with any type of like material that we need. It's an X2. Croc do be an enjoyer of oxygen not included. So this is our main drop-off point. So I think we can utilize this over here. Logistical loader. Holy pips. We didn't really care too much about these pips, to be honest. Why are you not picking that up? Weird. If I moved that a couple tiles down, it would be able to get... Better get everything on the bottom. Would it be able to reach the loader? Having it there, it would work. Okay, we're putting all our refined materials here. Is that where I want to put our refined materials. Because I gotta kind of think of like what does what do I need the things for? I like how I'm making things out of aluminum rather than like copper ore and stuff like that, just because I haven't made the copper volcano. I need to start sending more guys over. So this will be not raw minerals, but what do we need to send? Manufactured material, nope.
Good day.
Refined metals, refined mineral. What do the ores come under? Metal ore. Right. Select all the metal ore. And then what else do we need? We need to send coal, borax, lime. I think. Right, if we select this, we got sand as well. Okay. Wait, do we just send sand then? Ah, no. Refined carbon. And the lime. So refined carbon, lime, sand. So lime, sand. We need to send refined carbon. And then all of the ores we can send. But I don't think that was uranium ore. Okay, not uranium ore because there is nothing to do with uranium here. We can turn that one off. Okay. So this will send everything down the conveyor. Make that out of aluminum rather than copper. Cool. And that'll get those built and it'll drop it down over here, and then this sweeper should be able to reach that tile. Yep, there you go. ATL. Holy, almost missed the stream. Been going to 4 hours already, holy moly. Best way to get polluted water without a geyser. Depending on DLCs and stuff, you can do like peat farming for polluted water. I'm not too sure actually. What else creates polluted water? If you've got any like ice and stuff like that, but that isn't really infinite. Maybe if you've got... Oh, we have some unidentified objects coming in. Maybe if you have... Where are we at? Is it a slime meteor that drops polluted as well? It doesn't, right? No. Not too sure. Other than, you know, you can utilize your, if you're using regular duplicants, you can obviously use regular duplicants to collect, you know, all the pea water and stuff like that. Shark. Okay, great. Now there's gonna be a lot of water in the top here. That'll turn into steam. That's okay. Might deny access. Right. Get that built, and then we can fix up all of the water. I wonder if you could utilize pips to do the wild farm stuff. Actually, no, wait. Pinch of peppers, they're on the ceiling, right? Can pips even lay seeds for the ceiling stuff? I'm not too sure. You can? Okay, yeah, maybe using pips for pinch of pepper. I don't know anything about pips, to be honest. Like, I have some pips here that I was trying, that I was breeding, basically. Getting a lot of them. There is a lot there, but I haven't done anything. Oh yeah, I do have the pip overlay, true. Yeah, I do have that. Yeah, looks like they can put it onto the ceiling. Yeah. Just enter too early because the upkeep is rather high. Pip overlay is a blessing. Yeah, I saw it. I'm like, hey, if I want to use some pips, I was looking for the mod, the workshop mod section, and I'm like, if I want to use some pips, I should probably like look to see if there's anything that helps you with like learning things about pips. Okay, so this lowers about 60C. So now I kind of got to think of like, hey, is this too hot? Like 60C, is it too hot? Should I then lower this? I should probably lower this back to here. Now I also got to think of like, hey, this is 20 kilogram packets. Would it be better to have up to 200 kilogram packets using the heavy duty rails? Or should I keep 20 kilogram packets? Because it's like, you can get more stuff on the rail with the 200 kilogram stuff, but yeah, it would be much slower to cool those individual packets and stuff like that down. There would be like, you know, more volume on the rails, but it would take a lot longer to cool down. I think for now it works out. This system here, so from 126 is when we've got it set to. Trying to cool the stuff on the rails, so smaller packets, faster cooling. Yeah. I think our aluminum tiling here, if we're taking packets of metal out at 126, it'll probably be around 30 odd degrees. Considering we have this set to 24, it'll probably average around 30, 35. I think this works pretty well. It's probably like very highly inefficient, of course. We're generating 560 like watts, 450. 500, so I think we're generating enough for the aqua thermid, the aqua tuner to run by itself from this system if we isolated it. Yeah, so that's okay then. So I would say it's self-sufficient in that regards. Obviously, the plasma furnace requires 5 kilowatts to run, but I do wonder if like you get kind of like more than that in terms of power output, just over like a slower return. But yeah, the other side of the coin, the tiles you have cooling are probably only 100 kilograms. Water, for example, would be 1 kilogram a tile. Those you have cooling are probably only 100 kilogram. Water, for example, would be 1k kilogram a tile. You comparing like if I, instead of metal tiles, which they are 100 kilograms of mass, cools it down much quicker compared to if it was only water or something like that. So I did notice that the logistics sweeper is picking up these items and depositing them into the furnace. At the moment we just have no iron ore. We've utilized all our iron ore into iron and then into steel until until some of the iron that we've made comes off the track. I think it's good enough. Cool little building, the plasma furnace. I kind of see like no reason why you would want to utilize like the metal refinery and stuff anymore though. Like coal, peat, refined carbon, silver, lead. Just take sand, right? Silver, lead. Cool thing is you get some slag out of it, right? Or you get molten slag. Which is even more, you know, obviously power and stuff like that. Which then you can crush it for the base grade metallic sands, which is like these little things here. So we could have it so that we're getting slag to get dropped off here. We could crush it using the jaw crusher mill, because that's just automatic with power. You can automate that one, whereas the rock crusher requires a duplicate input. So then you get it to go into this with some borax, and it creates a bit of byproduct from slag sort of feeding into the crusher again, and you get random amounts of, for the low grade, copper, nickel, zinc, lead and silver, and the base grade you get aluminum, iron, gold, tungsten and ferrochrome. And then with the high grade, you get tungsten, chromium, fullerene, and niobium. So slag with some crushed rock gets us base and high grade. High grade nets us fullerene. Ooh, so fullerene with gold and petrol will get us super coolant, and then the super coolant we can put into the advanced metal refinery. Okay, so we should look at getting these metallic sand things going then. So we crush slag in a jaw crusher mill, which I have one over here I was using for eggshells and stuff that were coming from over here. So it has been quite a few cycles. So how is this going? So we've got 8 critters here and we got 10 critters here. So this bottom one will be automatically accepting just all the stone hatches, and then we're only managing this top one. But I think, yeah, we have 14 stone hatch eggs here, so it should be infinite and it'll last permanently. So this is a form, it's kind of like mainly you get obviously coal out of it, but it is a form of getting extra eggshells and stuff. There are a few factors to it, but mass is one of the factors. For the cooling and stuff like that, yeah. Okay then, so oh, look at that, there's enough room for 2, so that's kind of cool. That's already too much power, actually. Let's do like that there. Okay, cool. Because yeah, here you've got the fullerene, which needs the graphite, aluminum and sulfur. I don't know how much graphite it needs. But then if we look at the graphite, you can crush fullerene for graphite. But this is an alternative way to get fullerene. So we should permanent. So the slag into slag cement as well we can do. So that gets us those. Pegshell malt we should do infinitely. Raw mineral to crushed. So we do need some crushed rock as well. Well, which just gets us the crushed rock. So we're infinite on these. And then on this we would, so borax you need, low grade metallic sand, base grade. Ah, wait, hold on. So this needs, yeah, low grade. That uses the base grade. This here actually uses graphite for further processing. Ah, so okay. So we're back to step 1 where we need graphite to then be able to get random materials. Oh. We can't easily make super coolant. We still need graphite. Well, salt to borax. Do we need to keep salt? Can we just permanently run that?
Get subbed.
Holy. Thank you. Thank you, Tay, for the 31 months. Oh my god. Appreciate it. I was subbed. Oh my god. I got subbed. Holy. Continue enjoying the emotes. Thank you. Good to see you. Back to work. Good luck with work. I know that when I have my daylight savings and you guys have your daylight savings, the times get a little bit more stretched. You see the end? You don't, hence you all from, or to me. You all move from you, from you. You don't. You're not a sufferer of daylight savings. I see. Good luck with the rest of your work. Yeah, abolish that shit. Yeah, it's really fucking annoying, eh? The original, I believe, like the original reasoning for the whole thing was for something to do with like during, like back in that time, it was a case that it made sense because, you know, this was back when electricity was harder to come by. And also I think even before electricity, during when you had gas lamps, they didn't want to, you know, use as much gas. So essentially it was you had more daylight, so then you didn't need to turn the lights on, essentially. But, you know, now with the day and age of common, you know, electricity and LED lights and all that sort of shenanigans, literally doesn't matter anymore. Like, it takes like 5 watts to power a globe, you know. During lamp chan times, yeah. Exactly. Okay, we need to logistic auto sweeper. We need to really look at this. So can we utilize this for everything? Kinda, yeah. Okay, if you put it here, that'll work. I'm gonna power it. Barely made a change when it was enacted. I bet, hey. People didn't adjust their schedules like we do now, so the impact was less than it is today. And now it just fucks with people's sleeping habits. If you're working from 8 to 16, then you will not see a daylight during winter. I think it depends on your location, right? For being able to see the sun or not. If you're obviously very far north or very far south, your your like angle of like, you know, the distance and stuff to the sun, depending on the month, obviously is a lot different compared to if you're, you know, much closer to the equator. But yeah, I know what you mean, hey. You do not understand winter people for that reason. It's like always dark. Yeah, and then that's like, I guess if you're closer to the equator, then your winter is actually, you know, warmer as well, you know. You don't need light when you can see my streams, because I am such a bright one. What's what do you called in what do you called in the Lord of the Rings games? Like the Shadow of Mordor? Are you called the bright one? I can't even remember. I haven't played that game in ages. I think they call you the bright one or something, though. Gives us ferrochrome. This is ferrochrome useful. Ferrochrome with oxalate gives us chromium. Or ferrochrome, we can get stainless steel. Stainless steel. Anyway, go follow Jebby. She's cute. Ooh, stainless steel is a little bit better than steel. We should drop here. We should drop eggshells. Sand. We need to bring sand down. What does this one has? This one has a dirt, right? Yeah, dirt. What is this? These things? Yeah, this is basically a rock crusher essentially, but it's doesn't require duplicate input. Very good. Okay, so holy 5.5, nearly 5.5 watts, kilowatts potential load. Wait, but that's involving a lot of stuff there that doesn't work. That doesn't really run. I guess mainly those ones run like a little bit on and off. Those ones are not really running. Okay, that was actually fine. Can you spell rust with this mod? Let's have a look. I don't think so. We can obviously deoxidize it. We can split ammonia down. Some recycling stuff. Ooh, wait. Carbon recycling unit. Graphite. Hydrogen, carbon, iron. Obviously having some jawbase would be kind of cool. So then we could like farm packers for rust. That would be neat. Okay, so what's this? Carbon recycling unit. Sabatier reaction. Liquid, carbon dioxide, hydrogen, and iron as catalysts. Sabatier reaction produce water, natural gas, and rust as waste. Or Bosch reaction. Carbon dioxide, hydrogen, and iron as catalysts. Produces steam, graphite, and rust. Okay, so we want the second part because we need to produce graphite. So we need to have carbon dioxide, hydrogen, and iron. And we get some graphite out of it. Ooh. Hey Faith. This is predominantly DLC stuff modded stuff I'm dealing with. Oh my god, what the fuck is this thing? It has a lot of inputs. Right. Okay, let's put it down just to have a little look at it. Also, I should probably produce more ceramic. Also, there's some fiberglass stuff we can produce. Oil shale to cement. Takes crude oil, cement, and low-grade metallic sand. Oh wait, no, oil shale produces crude oil. Low-grade metallic sand. Okay, so it looks like input hydrogen, input liquid, carbon, input carbon gas, outputs methane, steam, water. But we want to do that second part, so we want to put in carbon dioxide, hydrogen gas, and then some iron. So the steam would come out, and we would get graphite and rust. Because as soon as we start getting graphite, we can start making fullerene. And then from with graphite we can create fullerene here with high grade metallic sand. And also start making that super coolant with some nitrogen. Which would be splitting ammonia and iron to get some nitrogen. Oh boy, okay, man. How come this is like becoming like all of that oil processing stuff in something like Factorio? Like you're just like, okay, I need to make this. Okay, to make this I need this and then that and then but that needs like this thing and then holy complicated. Is there no sand here? Okay. Slag. There we go. A long chain, yeah. Alright, so that slag spent should take basically a lot of slag. After I connect it up, of course. Silver ore. We're at less than 400 kilograms of steam a tile now, so that's actually been working away. Whoa. Temperature has risen from like 30 something to 40 odd. Whoa. What the hell? That's uncalled for. Unreal. What is this? This here is disabled building. Let me enable it. There we go. I think we should add more petroleum because there's not much petroleum in this loop. If I do want to add more, it's kind of difficult. Alright. Apparently, I might be able to drop it. Let's see. No, that would be... I'm gonna have to drop it over here. Oh no, I'm out of igneous rock. $108 tons of sand. What am I feeding these guys? Granite, right? Yeah, granite. We have 10 tons of steel though. Holy. That's a lot of steel. I think I should relocate this so it picks up this salt and slag down here. Because it's erupting, it's technically cooling down the materials much quicker as well. Okay, now I've built this, let's go petroleum there. Actually don't know how much petroleum like I have access to. This is over here for 1,000 grams. We should probably send Deathman over again. Actually, wait. Where is he? Need to make sure he's got like enough charge and stuff. Oh yeah. Oh, gear oil was kind of low though. Yeah, I've always been sending you over. You go through the teleporter and build a bunch of stuff. And dig, mainly digging, because there's a lot of things still to dig. So I need to put borax over here. So borax is made from crushing salt. We can get, so it's 10% from crushing salt, or if we feed it to the stone hatches, we get, that's a 25% ratio. So that's more efficient. We have 17 tons of salt. Alright, we have these guys here, right? What if we had the bottom floor is perma kill them? We make sure that we don't feed anyone. We have this one as salt. Disable that. We go with create a sensor, copy layer. So this will get enabled. And then we go 40, copy that. And then we want to feed these guys. see. I can fit a logistic loader over here. And then we power it. It's actually insane how many logistic loaders are here from this one like drop off point. I need some shipping logistic rail. Will be set to salt. We need to set borax. And then we have coming down here on this one, this receptacle, it's this one here. This is set to eggshell. We'll also set it to borax. Okay. So yeah, cool. Eating salt, spitting out borax. Let's go. Nice. I think you have enough plastic. 140 tons. I've only got 8.3 tons. I've only got just this section up here, which is standing the test of time. What are we at? This is like 400 cycles old, pretty much. This system. So, not too bad. Just found a suit recharger mod. It's adding oxygen when dupe is in a suit. Animation is funny. Oh. I see. They like what go to they don't like need to go to a checkpoint to unload the suit, kind of thing. I just have like a duplicate block, so whenever they go to their bed, they take the suit off. That's kind of how I run it. Yeah. This set to when all available docks for dreams were unequipped. I see. Yeah, that's the correct one. Okay, so this is full of slag. That's fine. This is full of borax. Oh, but also I guess the eggshells will queue up as well. So I think I should actually set this so it comes across and gets deposited onto the floor. This mod you don't need to repair suits, only when they will pee in it. I feel like the repairing of a suit is kind of like a good kind of like balance, I guess. Ooh, look, more borax. Lovely. Take that. So the base metallic sand and the low Low creates, yeah, like not good material. Base creates kind of okay material. Creates that ferrochrome, which can then in turn make stainless steel. Which this doesn't make stainless steel, I don't think. Or can it? Don't think so. No, it's good that we can actually make glass out of this too, so that's nice. We want to make some glass, which, you know what, maybe I should make some glass because I don't have any glass yet. We got diamonds. I think we need to use a selective arc furnace for the stainless steel. Ferrochrome and iron. Makes stainless steel. $55 and $25 for 100 kilograms. So maybe that's actually the better form. I get it. There's nickel. 45 kilograms of nickel. Sorry, iron. 25 kilograms of ferrochrome. And then nickel. This one here is 55 and 25. So I guess what, nickel is maybe a little bit less? 10 kilograms maybe? So should I produce some molten ore, some molten nickel ore to molten nickel then? So we should turn off steel here. So no more steel from this potentially. And instead make stainless steel because it's better. Because it has a higher overheat temperature. 300 on regular steel. Stainless steel is 250. The decor bonus is really no good too. Repairing Caesar reminded you to check reed fiber. 2500. Yeah, I got 460 units. If you have like a bunch of thimble reeds, you get a crazy amount of reed fiber. This here is creating a little bit of reed fiber as well, but mainly thimble reeds will get you so much. So we got some glass chilling in. Dude, look at the temperature of the steam is going up pretty high. We had our steam beforehand was like 120 something, and now it's at 140, and this is 400 kilograms of tile. So there's a lot of heat. So I figured that the insulated door would preserve like the same heat essentially as what these insulated tiles take, but it seems like it gets hotter than the other materials. How has our pool of water become 47.6? Was always become hot? Yeah. Over time. Look at that, like, you know, 5 tons of aluminum? Nah, we need more. This will start erupting for a bunch of cycles, which does mean that this one will shortly end in a few. That's at 54. I don't think it hasn't been overflowing anymore over here, so that's fine. We don't need to worry about it. If this does stop, and like due to a load bug or something like that, and it becomes solid on this tile, then it does mean that we can just come in and then dig these tiles, get rid of the material, and then dig that tile. So that's fine. But that's good. We don't need to wait. Also, by the way, I kind of forgot. Where is he? Did we teleport you over? I don't think we did, right? No. All right, we didn't end up teleporting. We were waiting for him to get more oil. You got a couple. You got a couple cycles worth of oil. Send them over. Can use the conduction panel to cool buildings in the vacuum. Conduction panel, huh? Carries liquid, allowing extreme temperature exchange with overlapping buildings. Can function in a vacuum. Ah, yeah, that's for usually use it in space. Yeah. Oh my god. Nope, we're gonna sleep. Teleported to another planetoid. Ah, that teleport, man. It just took it out of me. Time to sleep. Shaking my head. Grounding buildings in the vacuum to the floor using it. How does that work? You mean like that? You would have it like that, something like that. Dude, I don't know why it's always complaining about like the batteries dying and stuff like that. One or more batteries have died. One or more crops are wilting. I don't care. How's the temperature? Okay, hot, cold. It's actually pretty hot, actually. The jaw crushers are getting kind of hot. But I don't think they have a melting point, an overheat point. They just continue going. Probably means that you do need to cool them a bit. I do have chilled brine over here that I have been utilizing for, let's see, how long has it been? Nearly 300 cycles that I've been using to run a small cooling loop, and over that time with, how old is this setup? This is 430 cycles old for collecting brine infinitely, 40,000 plus in a tile. This one's got like 50,000. Holy, it keeps bouncing around a bit. Nearly 50,000 or something like that I saw. I think we have another one actually. How's this one going? 27,000. 40. A lot of we have a lot of water. Well, technically that's brine. I think brine is the least amount you get. Yeah. A 70% ratio compared to like salt water being like a 10% or something like that ratio. How's our fella over here going? You have low gear oil. Oh no, you still got some. That's okay. What are you building? Oh, you're building that. Nice. Good work. Lacks the mechatronics engineer skill. Ah, yes. So you can't build any of the rails yet because you don't have that skill. That's fine. So over here, this is all. That's the zinc, so get rid of that. It's copper. Those things we can probably go ahead and utilize for different. We use aluminum instead. Holy, we have 32 tons of aluminum over here. That gets connected there. This one comes over here. It is a pipe thermo sensor. Oh, and I need to remove this auto sweeper. There. These metal tiles, I don't know if I can get away with metal tiles here because they're 1,000 temp. Gold volcano is 2,600. But it's much less molten, much less amount. Might be okay. How's our guy going over here? Okay, we should probably send you back. You are low oxygen. How are you low oxygen? Your oxygen tank is 218 kilograms out of 240. What do you mean? Oh, not to mention the reason why we send Deathman over is because we brain experimented on him so many times. He's got all of the Vacillator buffs. You got a load of gear over. We'll send you back. That's fine. You can head back. Right. I mean, what else is producing slag? So this produces slag. This technically produces it as well. I would need to do another thing. I think that's fine for now though, because we're not doing any processes with this actually. So this isn't producing any slag. Oh, that's a form of getting some bleach stone. So this is just permanent crushed rock. Obsidian can give you sand straight away. And then you can do crushed rock. Raw mineral to crushed rock and then crushed rock to sand. Also to lime gives crushed rock, and then also the bitumen. What can we use it for? To make carbon composite, apparently. That needs fullerene, isosap, and the rayon fibers. Yeah, we're not really making that. What is it used for? Oh. Wait. Holy. 5,000 overheat temperature? Wait, it's got a melting point of 4,700 and it's got an overheat temperature of 1,000. So the building would melt before whatever you can like make it out of. Before like it would overheat. That's kind of funny. Thermal conductivity of naught. Ah, wait. So is it kind of just like abyssalite then? It's basically just like abyssalite. That's kind of strong. Okay. So here, that's the zinc. We're not gonna spend zinc nor copper. We're just gonna send some steel, like all of the steel over. And instead of like copper railing and stuff and wiring, we'll do steel and aluminum, I think. Granite we sent over, so let's see. What do we have? We've got plastic over, igneous rock, aluminum, and how much steel is that? 1800, so we will need to send more steel over then. Okay, if I go to the map over, where are we? Here. So if I place steel into here, this will fill it up to 5 tons of steel. And then once we've got 5 tons of steel in here, I will then... Actually, we'll do 7 tons of steel and then we'll activate it. And we've got 12 tons of steel total, so... And that's probably not even including any steel that we've actually got, maybe even on here. Yeah, we need to figure out this thing too. Carbon dioxide. Hydrogen we have. Iron we kind of have. Carbon dioxide. I think to properly get this running, I should get petroleum generators running, which means capping the oil reservoirs and then feeding the oil into a petroleum heat exchange loop thing to turn just the oil into petroleum and then run the petroleum into the petroleum generators. More power, because I feel like we probably also need more power. At some point with some of these bigger machines and stuff. Yeah. Are we ready to run this? We are. So we're going to drop the steel. Deny access, and then we activate everything, and it will turn all of the steel over into the other planet. Let me make a few sticky notes then for next time. Let's see. Okay, so copper volcano, gold volcano, still on the list. Paku, into Jobo, into rust, into iron, perhaps. Pips. Another thing is the cap oil reservoirs, and then crude oil to petroleum boiler, and then petroleum generators, which is then carbon dioxide plus others into, what's this machine called? A carbon recycling unit. And then this produces our graphite into fullerene. So then graphite, fullerene, fullerene into supercoolant, oh, you can also get it out of nitrogen, but we'll probably use it with gold. So supercoolant goes into the advanced metal refinery. Holy dude, that is a massive list. So like, we want to do the oil reservoirs so then we can get petroleum, and then we'll run the petroleum generators, get a boatload of carbon dioxide plus some other stuff like, you know, the power and whatever else we're going to need. Carbon dioxide recycling unit thingy, this thing here gets us graphite, and then we run the graphite stuff into the molecular forge with sulfur that we have, and we have aluminum as well to get fullerene. Damn. That's a hell of a process. Whew. Okay then. We'll maybe solve that another time. I feel like at some point next week maybe. Yeah. There's so many things to do. What are we at? 511 cycles. I think getting the copper volcano and the gold volcano will be more important to get on the go though. But we'll do that next time. Dude, I just feel the game becoming more laggy as well as the cycles increase. I think my next game that I play for the next stream is probably gonna be Flotsam again though, because that's such a cute game. We'll probably like do one more of that. And then I think I want to like maybe look at some other colony sim games, considering I don't know, it seems like I'm becoming a colony sim main. Mainly only playing colony sim games. I've always been interested in RimWorld, but to me RimWorld seems a little bit more complicated than in all of these other ones. I say that, but you know, then it's like Oxygen Not Included is also pretty complicated. So I guess it's just a learning type thing. But yeah. I'm gonna find someone to raid. Let's see here. But yeah, thank you guys so much for joining today. I appreciate it. I had fun. I hope you guys had fun. Da, 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 da. Let's see here. You stream, have a good rest and night/sleep. Thank you, Debbie. I hope you had a good time at your Christmas market. Let's see. You had? Yeah, let's go. Good to hear. Eating all day. Hell yeah. Normally I don't stream on the weekend. Maybe depending on how I feel, if it's cool enough, maybe we can squeeze in something tomorrow. But very low chance. I'll probably just chill on the weekend, as I usually do. Okay, let us go. Let's see. Why does everyone stream at this time? And that's all the Europeans. Which is funny. Guys, we're gonna go over to we're gonna go over to someone doing a substitute stream. I'm gonna go over to Winterkind Tina, I guess. It's Winterkind Lita, but it's actually Tina. Lita's on holidays. Vacation. So little Miss Tina is doing a substitute stream. So we'll go say hello to her. But yeah. Thank you guys. I'll see you guys at least on Monday. Oh, also feel free to do this survey thing as well. It will help me out. It takes less than a minute to do it. So but it'll help me out if you do it. So thank you guys as well. Take care. Do it! Just do it! Make my dream come true! Okay, anyway. Bye!